Hey all, this is DevDadPlays. We're getting ready to do a walkthrough of the original Frostpunk game in honor of the upcoming release of Frostpunk 2. So, with that, let's get on with the game.
We roam the still, cold world. No horizon in sight. The rulers of old, stripped with pride and glory. It feels as yesterday we were turning the wheels of progress. Until the frost stopped it all. Suddenly, without a warning. When tides had changed, they changed for all of us, no matter wealth or class. We've lost our word to snow. And with it, our last traces of humanity. We bid farewell to plenty. And for those who remained, came the time to adapt. We decided to leave our homes and head north. We roamed for weeks, maybe months, leaving behind all the things we once believed had made us. It was hope. It pushed us forward. Slowly, step by step. We knew the cost of our journey, and we paid the price 100 times. Finally, the time has come to build the last city on Earth.
A new home. We fled from London, crossed the sea, to reach the frozen north. On the way, our convoy was hit by a blizzard and scattered. A handful of us managed to reach the site of this generator, only to find it frozen, solid, and abandoned. Why is no one here? Did any of our people survive the blizzard? Are there any others out there? Whatever we do, we should expect the worst, now that the world, as we know it, has crumbled. Fight the cold. We need to get the generator working. Provides heat and power to other buildings. Without it, we'll freeze to death. Stockpile some coal and start the generator. I just have to add at this point, this game is truly challenging. It is a fun game, and I just genuinely enjoy it. Now, first thing we need to do is not what the game says. It's not so much a matter of needing to get the coal as we need to get the wood, because that allows us to build the paths that we need to get to the wood and the metal and the coal and all the rest. So, let's get on about it. One of the more convenient measuring tools in this is this itself. This map forms rings around the generator. allowing you to do like so. And with this gathering post, we will gather these materials and get to work. Okay. As you can see, we've got gathering posts being built near the coal. We've got a gathering post here. We've got individuals gathering from these wood piles. So we're in a pretty good place to start. But you definitely need to keep it moving in this game. It is entirely unforgiving.
Workday ends. It's time off.
Housing problems. No roof over our heads. Captain, people are understandably concerned about the lack of shelter. They're falling ill from sleeping outside in this terrible cold. We'd better do something about it. Macy, this is something that I didn't know about when I first started playing the game. If you wait for them to ask for something, you can get a big boost in your hope and a huge reduction in discontent by doing things that you have to do anyways. So that is always best. Generator. The heating is off. The generator's off. People are afraid they'll freeze to death in their sleep if you don't at least turn it on for the night. Of course. Also, even though your people show as sleeping during the night, they'll do all of the building and construction work that you need at night rather than during the day. The wisdom of the crowd. Captain, when facing demands, remember, people usually look for the quickest solution, not the best one. You don't have to agree to everything they ask for. If you fix the problem your way, it's fine. Yep. This is something else you always need to look out for in this game. Sick people. People are sleeping in the open without a tent or a building over them, or who are working too much in the cold, will get sick. Then they will get injured, and then they will die. And all of that will raise your discontent and lower your hope. Fortunately, all your people wake up at 5 in the morning and get right back to work. Because this is a fictional game. A word of advice. Critical shortage. The number of sick is rising, and we don't have enough materials to build a medical post. Perhaps a short burst of effort could help us gather the necessary resources. Open the Book of Laws. Well, I do like using the child shelter thing.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city. Boom! Time to get to work.
And of course, you can always shut down the generator during the day. Food. The generator hums with reassuring warmth, but we shouldn't take it for granted. The generator goes down, the city dies. Be mindful of coal reserves. Now, food. There'll be no city if we starve to death. Secure a way to provide raw food and build a cookhouse to prepare meals. Absolutely. We have a cold snap coming up right here. So it may be worthwhile to keep at least one of the medical locations near the furnace. And on top of that, with the food rations, we're probably going to have to put a cookhouse near here as well. But the cookhouse tends to stay a little bit warmer.
End of shift. Go rest all who can.
Now, this is a bit more accurate. Everybody's ready to leave off work as soon as that bell rings. The heating is off. The generator's off. People are afraid they'll freeze to death in their sleep if you don't at least turn it on for the night. Of course. Keep everything warm and toasty. Now, you have the option of medic apprentices. Education is the key to our future. Let's teach our children medicine so they can help with the sick. Children from child shelters will help at medical facilities, raising their efficiency. Or you can do engineering apprentices. Children from child shelters will help at workshops, speeding up research. I definitely prefer this one.
New law! A new law has passed.
One of the handy things in this game is as soon as you hit daytime, it comes right off of fast game speed and goes right to regular game speed.
Work time! Get moving!
And always be sure to keep your promises, or the penalty will be steep. People from our convoy, family torn apart. Sir, a woman came forward after we built the workshop. She said that her husband and daughter didn't reach the city with the main group, but she's sure they're still out there. She wants to join the first scout team we'll send out. She urges you to hurry. Beacon is researched. Useful. Okay. Speed up the gathering, and that will work nicely. Because all of the resources we're getting right now, we are getting from gathering. So race against time now. See if they throw up those last tents in time. And we did. Shelter promise fulfilled. Everyone feels relieved with a roof, even a flapping one over their heads. Nice. I generally like to keep the beacon as far away from the center as possible. Just to keep it out of the way. But the beacon is a high priority.
End of shift. Go press on town.
Just because of the fact that the beacon will make it so that you'll be able to get additional resources, and the most important thing of all, it'll make it so that you'll be able to get additional people. Of course.
On the left. It's getting colder.
Beacon built. We're no longer lost and blind. From now on, our people will be able to survey the icy barrens that surround us. Frostland. Okay. At this point, the biggest thing is to get. Oy. That's to get that sled built and to get groups going out there to collect resources and bring them back.
Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
And unfortunately, at this point, we have to leave this on so that this will stay on, so that the sick people aren't wandering around dying. People from our convoy, ready to search. People cheer as the giant observation balloon soars above the city. This is a real feat. Everyone feels proud of the work they've done to make it happen. Volunteers have lined up. eager to go looking for our lost people in Frostland. The woman who came forward earlier is among them. Faster gathering research. The gathering speed from coal piles, wood crates, and steel wreckage has increased, which is useful. As I said, those sleds are vital at this point. This place no longer is. Emergency shift. Sometimes we have to concentrate on the task at hand at the cost of everything else, or die.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Yeah, it doesn't make them happy, but sometimes you need it. The sawmill isn't the best way in this game to get what? Functioning. Storage near capacity. Yeah. The sawmill isn't the best way to get wood in this game, oddly. But it is a way to get wood in this game.
Workday ends. It's time off.
Would you look at that? Just shy of the amount of wood we need. But it looks like everyone's going to be out of the hospital soon enough. Or not. You gotta look out for people getting sick in this game. It can cost you the whole game. Ugh. Forgot to build the child shelter.
Move! Time to get to work. Hear me, hear me. New law in the city.
Now, one of the big advantages with the child shelter is that you can put that way away from the city. Definitely try to keep research going at all times. Now, these lumber mills, when you do start building them, will they're a pain in the butt. You keep having to move them.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
Ah, the rest of our people made camp here, too exhausted to go on. We should escort them to the city. Lost expedition. A happy reunion. We entered the camp, appearing out of the driving snow. A choir of excited voices welcomes us. Thank God you found us. We'd been wandering for days until we couldn't go any longer. Soon we'd begin to starve. Children and adults surround us, packed and ready to go. It's always best to escort them back to the city if you can. Otherwise, some of them will die. Scout Unit Number 1 have returned safely to the city. Bring us 9 engineers, 22 workers, and 3 children. Very useful. Okay. Now, in situations like this, you might be tempted to head immediately to this cave or this sturdy shelter. But if you look at this, going to the sturdy shelter would take 22 hours. Going to this will take 6 hours. Going to someplace you've already been takes about half the time it would normally take. So going from our city to here and then to here will be much quicker than going here directly. People from our convoy, reunions. It's heartwarming to see families reunited after so many hardships. But shouldn't there be other settlements nearby? The first expeditions left London long ago. They ought to be well established by now. They'll surely help us find our footing. Okay. We have 34 homeless, 5 sick. That is not good. One of the things I like to do is establish some place to get rid of bodies as quickly as possible. Cemetery is useful. Makes it so that the funerals lower the negative from people dying.
New law! A new law has passed.
But it's usually a good idea to keep the cemetery as far away from the people as possible. As I said, it would have taken 22 hours to go directly to the sturdy shelter. But because we sent him to the Lost Expedition, which only took 6 hours, it only takes 14 hours to get to the sturdy shelter. If it had been a direct line between those two locations, it probably would have been about half the time. Okay.
Get going! Time to earn your bread.
Heaters researched. Use heaters to heat workplaces during work hours. Those steam hubs come in very handy. Child shelter, a note of thanks. We just wanted to thank you. Back in London, it was only the wealthy that didn't have to send their kids to work. This new world you're creating, we can see things will be different. Yep, hopefully we won't have to eat the children. This is a game built on dark humor, by the way.
Finish your labors, people. The work day is up.
Food problem. People are hungry. Captain, some of our people are here to talk about the lack of food. They've been hungry for days now, and they fear that soon they'll begin to starve. They want you to do something. Let's feed them. Let's also get some roofs over their heads, why don't we? Okay. The shelter is well supplied and built to withstand even the worst weather. An advanced storm heating system protects it from the cold. The trail leads to another city. The shelter is comfortable and well equipped with emergency supplies. There's a notice posted by the heavy round door. To all scientists, if you use any supplies, remember to notify the quartermaster upon your return to the city. This means there's another city out there. Signpost by the trail points in two directions. London, 1,934 miles. Home, 27 miles. Now, do we head to the Steel Bridge? Or do we head back to the city? I think to the Steel Bridge. A word of advice. Resources shortage. We're getting short on resources. Our needs are great and growing by the hour. To address this, we can enact a law that will allow us to extend working hours. Open the Book of Laws. Extended shift. New shift length. You can extend the workday at any facility to 14 hours. Working overtime causes discontent. Discontent will rise slightly.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Search for others. Our people found a trail leading into the wilderness. We should follow it. We must find other people and ask them for help to secure our survival. No chance of researching anything without wood. Not in this game. Hopefully the hunters will venture out. The hunters in this game work at night. Peculiarly. Okay. When that day hits, the temperature is going to get a lot colder out here. So we're going to have to extend the range of this just by a little bit before that happens.
Work time. Get moving.
Bridge to Winterhome. A brass plaque on the bridge tower reads, "Built by the people of Winterhome in AD 1887. The bridge is kept completely snow-free by a working automaton. A functional automaton. We stopped at the edge of a deep, wide ravine, marveling at the steel bridge spanning it, even more so at the huge automaton sweeping snow from the roadway. It would be possible to send the machine back to our city, or disassemble it for resources. I'd say sending it to the city would be the most valuable thing to do. Automaton sent to the city. We reprogrammed the automaton and sent it on its way. As it disappeared in the distance, walking steadily towards our city, the first wisps of snow started to settle on the bridge. Hmm. Large convoy. Seem to remember that that is where there are more survivors. So that's where I go. The search for other cities. Deserted bridge. Finding the bridge to Winterhome proved that we're on the right track, but raised questions. Why was the bridge deserted? Why wasn't the automaton under the care of an engineer? There are logical explanations to it all, but people are growing anxious. Okay. We need to do the drawing boards next. So we need to get to that 50 wood. Ceremonial funerals. Those who give their lives in service to the city deserve the highest honor. We will give our dead ceremonial funerals to inspire the living. After introducing this law, another one can be passed. Loss of hope caused by deaths is halved.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city. What day ends? Time off.
Heating problems, cold homes. Captain, some of our people are concerned about the low temperature in their homes. They quite sensibly point out that it's easy to fall ill when it's cold and ask you to address the problem. Let's heat some homes. Large convoy. This is a convoy carrying workers that got lost in a blizzard. They are weak and have no provisions. We should listen to their story and escort them to our city. They sought Winterhome. The workers who were riding in this convoy told us they were heading for the city of Winterhome. We were supposed to follow the signal from the beacon, but we couldn't pick it up, they say. Tried to follow a search pattern to find it, but we ran out of fuel. Escort the survivors to the city. Okay. Where have I put all of my engineers? There we are. Now, this is a little trick you can do in the game. You can't put engineers in hunting shacks. But what you can do is you can put people in the hunting shacks, then once they're done hunting, you can move them to your other buildings. Which is handy. Especially since something they don't tell you in this game. What you need most in this game is coal and food. By the end of the game, you're literally trapped in your houses, which hopefully you have houses by then. And you need to keep this running and your people fed. Oof. 5 people are starving to death. That's unpleasant.
Get going. Time to earn your bread.
Drawing boards researched. This is essential. Once you get that, you can get your generator power upgraded and your range upgraded. Now, the reason those are essential right now is this. This temperature will drop by 1 level, which means even if I extended the generator range, these houses would still be cold. But I need to boost the power and the range in order to complete this quest. So, let's do the power first. Nice. And now we have enough food to feed everyone.
Time to rest, folks. Work's out today.
Okay. Now that the work of the day is done, we send everyone out hunting. Scouts Unit Number 1 have returned safely to the city. Scouts have arrived with 102 food rations, 1 steam core, 217 wood, 26 workers, and 19 engineers. So that's nice. Now we send them back to the bridge to Winterhome. Somehow across the bridge. Let's see. Non-max. Okay, let's see. Okay. That should set us up with a number of houses that we need, and then some. Nice. Now, one of the useful things about these automaton is they will work this building night and day. Hopefully I'll get this coal mine built up here soon. Let's see. Sustain life.
New law! A new law has passed.
A word of advice on using automatons. Our first automaton is operational. This will help our economy greatly. Automatons can replace entire manual labor crews. They work around the clock with short breaks to refuel at the generator. We can research upgrades to raise their efficiency and capability. These are especially useful because when the big one hits and all of our people are trapped inside, we can still have automata working at uh, getting us coal. Hopefully this guy doesn't step on any people. I know it sounds like a joke. It's not. Okay, why hasn't this guy eaten? Got
Work time. Get back to work.
153 rations, and this one guy hasn't eaten. Hmm. Most of the hungry have had a meal and are somewhat satisfied for the time being. About freaking time. Awesome. Yep, see, now you have to keep these homes warm for 2 days. However, this is going to drop the temperature by 1 level tomorrow.
Gather your tools. The shift is ending.
Weather station. There's nobody in the weather station, but everything still seems to be operational. We could try to find out what the scientists from Winterhome were working on. Grim forecasts. We found the scientists' notes. They predict that the great cold is going to get much worse. What's more troubling is that the observations ended abruptly months ago. There's also not a can of Spam, not even a crumb of bread left in the pantry. It's obvious they've moved out for good. We can see the city of Winterhome from the roof of the weather station. Now, as I remember, there is a reason not to visit Winterhome. I believe that starts the bad storm up.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
The search for other cities, abandoned station. The recent report from the weather station has gotten people talking. They're frightened that such an important facility was apparently abandoned. Some are starting to wonder whether the evacuation from London was a good idea. A few are lamenting openly. I knew we shouldn't have come. At least London had real houses and not tents and wooden shacks.
Bundle up. It's getting colder. Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
Okay. Let's set up a steelworks. Or two. Care house, promise fulfilled. Coal mining researched. Okay. Now, increasing the size of the research depot is useful, but you also need the large resource deposits. Why am I doing that? Sorry, the large resource depots before you get to the winter storm, or everything goes sideways. The coal mine is automated. Its engine is pressurized, but the mining is stopped. Snow around it is untrodden, and an eerie silence hangs in the air. More coal than we can use. This coal mine was in operation until very recently. Machinery isn't running now, but there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Perhaps the mine simply extracted its quota or filled the loading bay. We could retrieve plenty of raw materials if we took the machinery apart. Now, here's the dilemma. We could really use these resources a lot more than we could use this place as a place to get coal. And I think we're going to. A word of advice: steam cores. We've just used our first steam core. Steam cores are a necessary component in advanced technology. We can't manufacture steam cores in the city, so let's hope that our scouts find them during their expeditions. Yep. Let's see. Now this is the number one way to get wood: the wall drill. Wall drill drills into the walls of our crater, uncovering trees that once formed a forest here before the ice engulfed them. Provides up to 160 wood per standard workday. Or we could go for the sawmill upgrade. Allows us to introduce workplace improvements that increase the efficiency of the all sawmills and steam sawmills by 25%. But these only provide 80 wood per day. So 25% is an additional 20, whereas we can get 160 from this.
Night is coming. Put down your tools. Move! Time to get to work.
Wall drill researched. Nice. That will definitely come in handy. Boosting the medical buildings will result in our people not being sick as long. That means more work. We definitely need that. You promised people warmth, you delivered. Low prices. Well. Wait. Care house, a note of thanks. Someone has left a note at the care house. It reads, "Thank you. With all the work we have to do, it's so hard for families to properly care for an invalid. Places like this make life a little easier for us all." Well, shoot. Oh. Okay. Not as useful as you might think. The prosthetics in this game require building, and it's a pain to build them.
Hear me! Hear me! New law in the city.
Each of those will make things a little bit better for the people. Scouts Units number 1 have returned safely to the city, which is wonderful. Now, in this situation, I think the most important thing for us to do is to do the drafting machine so we can get to the large depots, start storing up food and coal. Maybe wood.
Finish your labors, people. The work day is up.
See, just having that one automaton working makes it so that even with this set at 1 heat and 2 range, this on permanently, we're still maintaining our coal level. That is nice. And things are about to get warmer.
Work time. Get moving.
Gloomy cave. The cave is or was inhabited. There are a number of footprints leading to its entrance. We should check if there's still someone alive up there. Beset by beasts. We can hear terrified shrieks coming from a cave uphill. When we come closer, several polar bears turn towards us, blocking the entrance. There are people trapped inside. Those beasts are picking them off, one by one, and feasting on them. There is no choice. Our people may die, but we need more people. We had to help the survivors. When our scouts attacked the bears, the people in the cave, 4 children, 18 engineers, and 12 workers, joined them, and together they drove the beasts away. Then they all set out towards the city. We can definitely use them. Okay.
Work day ends. It's time off.
Scout Unit Number 1 has returned safely to the city. Scout's work is never done. Public house. This one is handy. Raises hope all over the place.
New law! A new law has passed. Get going! Time to earn your credit.
Let's stick with one for now. Flying hunters make a huge difference. Okay, crash site. Fate of the Forgotten. There are plenty of priceless supplies in the wrecks of our expedition. Searching among the crates scattered in the snow behind the wrecks, we found the bodies. They're tangled together in a single frozen mass, as if these people were trying to find at least a bit of warmth just before they died. We can do nothing for them, not even bury them.
Finish your labors, people. The workday is up.
No negative to this. We can give a bit of liquor now and then to soothe their aching bodies and souls. Every meal slightly lowers discontent, and eating soup causes less discontent.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Something's amiss at the observatory. Snow covers the precious instruments. The dome is open, letting out a thin column of smoke. Someone's inside. The sun is dimming. Instead of astronomers, we are met by some of our lost people. They explain that they came here for help, but found everybody dead. The astronomers continued their observations until they starved. What was so important for them? They wrote it up in their diaries. The loss of sunlight can't be explained solely by the fouling of the atmosphere by the southern volcanoes. The sun is dimming. Escort the survivors to the cities. That'll come in handy. Public house built. A public house has been erected in accordance with the new law. People are anxious to let off steam in the new house of respite.
Work time. Get back to work.
Hunting tactics researched. Well, at this point, it might be worthwhile to upgrade the houses to the bunkhouse. Or, no, we don't have enough for those. Yep. Prevention. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of care. Isn't that the rule? Hmm. Need more houses. What to do? You can always use a few more of these. Hmm.
Gather your tool. The shift is ending.
People are getting sick, and that is not good. But we also need. We got to get that extra storage for the food.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming. Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
Well, that's not good. The search for other cities. Man from Winterhome. We found an exhausted man at the edge of our city. He said that he came from Winterhome, a settlement located not far from here, and that he was the last survivor. Winterhome is dead. Everyone's dead. There's no hope for survival in this accursed wasteland. You're all doomed. You must escape. Those were his last words. Not fair that that counted as one of our people dying. He was actually a bit of a jerk. Let's see. Off to Winterhome. We are alone. The news has shocked everyone in the city. There were supposed to be many settlements and construction crews here, people living normal lives in homes heated by generators. But we're alone. Hope falls. Uh, you know, oh, that hurts. I went through all that work building up hope. Winterhome has fallen. They're all dead? How will we survive here without any help? We have to go back to London. There's no hope for us here in this frozen desert. People start to gather as the news of the fate of Winterhome spreads through the city. Some of them want to drop everything and flee to London. Panic is starting to set in. I must give them purpose. Well, choose our path. People are shaken, racked by fear and doubt. They've lost hope in our chances of survival. Desperation could quickly push them to commit reckless acts. You have to unite them behind a vision of the future. Decide now what will give them purpose and restore hope, or else our city will descend into the chaos that consumed Winterhome. Well, order does not work great for this. Faith might, though.
Hear me. New law in the city.
The Londoners, the unconvinced, want to leave. Sir, you've convinced the majority, but hope is low. A group of our people are still so scared that they want to flee the city for London in 15 days. They've come to try to change your mind. You say that faith will save us? Nonsense. What are we going to do? Pray for food when we start to starve? Shouts one of them. If we don't try to reach London, we'll all end up like Winterhome. Well, shoot. Steam Steelworks researched. Well, shoot. House of Prayer built. Houses of prayers have been erected, giving people a place to pray together and find comfort in faith. Hope rises. Hmm.
Work day ends. It's off time.
Heating problem. Cold homes. Captain, some of our people are concerned about the low temperatures in their homes. They quite sensibly point out that it's easy to fall ill when it's cold and ask you to address the problem. Why not? People join the Londoners. Not a good sign.
Boom! Time to get to work.
15 hours to winter home. Hmm. Coal mining optimization research. All coal mines are now 10% more efficient. Well, let's see. Heating. We need to get that range out. Means we need 50 more metal.
Time to rest, folks. Work's out today.
Okay. Apparently that was a bit further out than I thought it was. House of Prayer, the rebirth of faith. Sir, people have started to visit the House of Prayer. There aren't many of them yet, but it might be the start of something special. Seems they really needed a proper place of worship. Praying at shrines will give people the strength they need to take an arduous tests every day. After introducing this law, okay, new building shrine. Shrines raise the hope of people working nearby. Shrines increase efficiency in nearby workplaces. Evening prayers. Evening prayers, house of prayer, temple. Each use raises hope and has a small chance of convincing a Londoner to stay. I think the shrines might be a little more useful.
New law! A new law has passed!
Winterhome. The streets of the ruined city are littered with scores of dead bodies. The city chronicle describes the shortage of food and citizens' increasing despair. The following squabbles, riots, and descent into anarchy, fights for dwindling resources, and eventual starvation. The last entry, God forgive us, we're eating our dead. There's no hope.
Who? Time to get to work!
Shrines have been erected. People feel encouraged to pray more often. The hole in the snow cliff leads to a small chamber. Someone lives here, but the lonely human figure we saw from afar has disappeared. Might be the sole survivor of Winterhome. The man we've seen from afar was nowhere to be found. Searching his burrow, we found a diary of a scientist who fled Winterhome. After the starving city fell into chaos, its leader, an army captain, appointed himself an absolute ruler. He tried to impose order using force. Plenty of people, disgruntled, deserted the city, and most of the others rebelled against him. Okay. As much as I want to do the other, I need another scout team to go in the opposite direction. Shrines. Breath of hope. Sir, people have started to leave personal charms, beads, and written prayers at shrines as votive offerings. Seems it helps them keep their spirits up in these trying times. Good news that. More scouts researched. Field kitchens will provide people working nearby with hot meals to keep them warm. Raises the temperature of nearby workplaces by 1 level. House of Healing. The faithful working in the House of Healing will not only heal the sick, but also pray for them, giving them hope. House of Healing doesn't require engineers and treats the gravely ill. Gives all patients a small hope bonus. I think the field kitchen might be a bit
Listen, everyone.
handier.
New law is signed.
Now let's boost the generator range.
Gather your soul. The shift is ending.
Freshwater springs. Degenerated, but alive. Near the freshwater springs, we met some refugees from Winterhome. They are a sorry sight and seem to be completely unmoved by the fate of their city. Asked what kept them from starving. They look away, then mumble something about eating lichens. Escort the survivors to the city. Oh, well, that's not good.
work shift starts.
Generator range increased. It warms the soul. Sir, people appreciate the field kitchen we built for them. They've sent a delegation to thank you. We've already thanked our brothers in faith who run the kitchen, and we'll keep them in our prayers. In this frozen wasteland, anything that keeps one warm is a lifesaver. Discontent is virtually gone. American camp. Starved Americans. The American camp was well supplied with everything except food. Searching the tents, we found more victims of hunger. Most of them have badly worn but sophisticated artificial limbs, bearing a company symbol, Tesla Manufacturing. We can only bury them and take their equipment.
Time to rest, Thomas. Work's out today.
Trouble with the Londoners, writing on the wall. Captain, someone has defaced the walls with predictions of doom for our city. This is troubling. People always fear will shame Winterhome's fate. Will share Winterhome's fate, and scared minds are swayed by even the smallest nudges. Send the cleric to reassure the people. Think evening prayers.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city. Get to work. Move, people. Let
Temporary settlement. Memory of injustice. The center of the settlement is marked with an upright boulder. On its roughly planed face, someone chiseled the following: May God forgive the genius who sacrificed human lives in the name of progress, for we cannot. Exiles of Tesla City. We won't touch the monument, but we decide to dismantle the huts for wood. We're doing okay on food so far. Let's see. Everyone's warm. Okay. Houses are by far the best. Houses are by far the best thing in this game for keeping your people alive. But with our metal issues, that could be a thing. We do now have the technology to build a steam coal mine.
End of shift. Go rest, old pal.
Discontent is rough, but we need to keep those coal level. Oh, okay. Let's see. Add new research. Hmm. The house redesign makes the houses substantially cheaper to build, and we definitely need that. Dying exiles. Some of the exiles are still alive, just barely. We could try to bring them to our city, although they might die on the way. One of the dying held a diary to his chest. We read the last entry. Exiled from Tesla City, with food and fuel running out, we sent the strongest among us to search for help. They're our last hope. We're afraid this refers to those poor Yankees we buried. Escort the exiles to the city. Yep. We pulled the dying exiles from their snow houses and prepared them for the journey to our city. Some of them stirred from their death-like slumber to bless their absent friends for bringing help. We couldn't tell them the truth. Not yet. Trouble with the Londoners. Another act of vandalism. The Londoners have defaced more walls, urging everybody to join them and abandon the city. Some graffiti even mocks your leadership, branding you an unfit leader incapable of doing what it takes to save our people. Hopefully that house redesigned will come quick. Trouble with Londoners. Cleric beaten. Captain, a priest was assaulted whilst trying to reassure people disturbed by the Londoners' slogans. We should do something to protect our people. We need the Faith Keepers to secure the streets. We need the Faith Keepers to strike back. We will pray for him and his assailant. This seems to be the best. Peculiar.
The work shift starts. New law! A new law has passed. Time to rest, folks. Work's out today.
Okay, united by faith. Sir, we're holding an evening prayer this afternoon. Plenty of people are here. They're praying, but also talking and laughing. Haven't seen anything this heartening in our city for a long time. It's really brought the community together. Death of overwork. End emergency shifts for today. Got what I needed. House of Healing built. Frozen Grove. Just in case I need one. Okay, scouts have returned safely to the city.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
Need a few more child shelters.
Work time. Get back to work.
What we seem to be most short on these days is steel. So I think an advanced steel works would not be bad. And if we can get enough steel, Frozen Grove, buried shame. Poking around the trees marked with crosses, we found shallow graves under each of them. The dead bodies lack most of their bigger muscles, and some bones bear signs of a cutting tool. The corpses have been obviously stripped of edible parts. Now we know what kept the survivors by the freshwater springs from starving. We'll leave graves intact, but we can cut trees for wood. Hmm. As much as I don't want to build a coal thumper, we got 70 people not working. House of Healing, a wise man. Sir, a dying old man has written a letter to you from the House of Healing. I will die a good death in due time, not in pain from illness or cold. I will die in peace, knowing that our city is in good hands. You understand that, more than food and shelter, people need something to nourish their souls. For this, I thank you.
Time to rest, folks. Work's out today.
Good timing. How are there two people hungry? The Londoners steal supplies. 214 food rations. Someone was hungry. The Faith Keepers, our most devoted believers, will ensure that the righteous are able to work and pray in peace and security. That doesn't sound scary.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed. Work time. Get moving.
Children's hideout. Little survivors. We talked to the children in the hideout. They said that one night their teachers and some hunters took them out from Winterhome on a secret adventure. Teachers told them they're going to stay here for a while. When the food ran low, their guardians went back to get more and didn't return. Seems these kids were evacuated in time before their things in their city got really ugly. We took care of the children. We formed the children, 34, into an orderly column and set off towards the city. They walked quietly and resolutely, like little adults, the youngest clutching their toys tightly. This is going to be a long journey. Please have enough warm beds prepared for their arrival. More coal it is.
Gather your tool. The shift is ending.
Fishing village. No place for the weak. This fishing village used to supply Tesla City with food. Searching it, we found a letter. Mike, don't return to the city. Tesla is a madman. He casts out all the amputees, all the sick. Jerry's parents and old Beth are among them. There'll be blood, that's for sure. It's soon. The village was left in order. We could send a team here to start fishing. I think leave the village intact. We've got plenty of wood. This is one of those decisions. It's entirely possible that all of our scouts will die in Tesla City. The Londoners steal supplies. Captain, the Londoners are stealing again. They've taken 212 food rations from the stockpiles. People are angry that the Londoners are putting their crazy idea before the needs of the city. Ask the Faith Keepers for help. The Londoners steal supplies, and they were caught red-handed. Our Faith Keepers did well. They got the goods back, but more importantly, they caught one of the thieves. Now we can put an end to the stealing. They're asking what we should do with the thief. Let him go, but next time he'll have to repent. Banish him. Our people will decide his fate. I think let him go, but next time he'll have to repent. Why so many sick? Ah, people regain hope. For the first time, the Londoners have failed to persuade anyone to abandon our city and flee to London. People are recovering from their shock at the news of Winterhome and starting to hope for the future. Okay.
Move! Time to get to work.
Tesla City. Thunder unleashed. Able minds and bodies will prevail over the cold, reads the slogan over the entrance to Tesla City. A central tall tower shines with blue glow of electric discharges, which formed a protective dome over the town. But something went wrong here. There are charred bodies lying in the streets. The stench of burned flesh taints the air. He saw a lightning streak from the tower, hitting a building and leaving a gash in its roof. I honestly think stay away from the city. Go to the Dreadnought. Gold mining researched. Okay. Chili ain't bad. I mean, nobody in those. Okay. Hopefully we can build up some coal now. Faith Keepers. Food for the hungry. Sir, our Faith Keepers have found someone's illegal stash of food. It's quite big, so they plan to distribute it amongst people in need. But perhaps you'd like it to be used another way. Keepers have the right idea. Gathering close installation 2 researched. Boosting the incoming food will not go amiss.
Time to rest, folks. Work's out today. Hear me, hear me. New law in the city.
Dreadnought landing. Light to the south. We found a piece of hull plate bolted to a boulder. It's engraved with the following inscription. In the year 1886, the American expedition aboard Hephaestus landed here in search of a haven from the global glaciation. May God preserve the souls of our fellow countrymen who perished on the way aboard our sister ship, Prometheus. The Londoners steal supplies. Another theft. Captain, the Londoners are stealing again. They've taken 274 food rations from the stockpiles. People are angrier that the Londoners are putting their crazy idea before the needs of the city. Ask the Faith Keepers for help. Faith Keeper murder. One of our Faith Keepers was beaten to death whilst investigating a theft. We caught one of the thieves, but he's not the murderer. What should we do with him? Give him a chance to repent.
Move! Time to get to work.
Research station. The last discovery. Inside the ransacked station, we found Tesla's audio diary. A voice speaks. All the observed changes, like sun-stimming volcanic ash, could not have caused such cooling. But what if the huge quake of 1887 in Patagonia was an asteroid strike? There's shouting, crashes, and then silence. Numerous tracks lead from the door towards the mountains.
Time to rest, folks. Work's out today.
Cave hideout. A few tired men. As we approach the cave, its inhabitants pull out rifles and take positions. Behind the wall, barring the entrance, they're in bad shape, weak from malnourishment and illness. Nothing like small talk. Seeing that we have no ill intentions, the Americans told us how they dealt justice to the inventor after expelling him from his city. We buried Tesla's battered body in the cave and are heading home with these poor wretches in tow. Okay. Looks like we do have to build some more houses. The Londoners steal supplies. The end of thievery. Sir, we put an end to the stealing. The thief had a change of heart during the public penance ceremony. He confessed his sins and asked for forgiveness. He also told us where they hid the loot, leading to 53 food rations and 47 wood being retrieved. Nice. The Londoners convinced to stay. Sir, several of the people who wanted to flee to London have decided to trust you and stay. They say that your recent decisions convinced them that there is hope for us here yet. Goody. Protector of the Truth. The captain will assume the title of Protector of the Truth. He will be the only one who can tell us what is right and what is wrong, and so guide our faith. New ability. Captain's Words. Each use greatly reduces discontent. Discontent will rise. So it's a cult now.
Law! A new law has passed. A new workday starts in the name of God.
Automatic prototyping researched. Need a bit more metal, but all of these houses are about to get a lot better. Public penance, choice or duty? Sir, a group of preachers is here to talk to you about the public penance law you signed. They think it goes too far. We all agree that penance should be a choice, not a duty. You can't force people towards the faith. It must grow freely in their hearts. I will consider their words.
work is over today. There's time for a harvest, and time is soon. Brace yourselves. Old is coming. Work shift begins. May the Lord save all workers from harm.
Hmm. Dangers of the cold. Frostbite. One of our people has become gravely ill due to frostbite. This will keep happening if people have to work in such cold. Public penance. The list. Sir, a man has brought us a long list of names titled A Register of Londoners, Infidels, Buggers, Seducers, Strumpets, and other wrongdoers. He swore on his soul that his information is accurate. All he wants is for them to repent and see the truth. Okay.
time to rest. Remember those who work overtime with your prayers.
We'll build a magnificent testament to the devotion of our people. We'll kindle hope in the hearts of the faithful and sway the doubtful.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed. Work shift begins. May the Lord save all workers from harm.
Public penance. Grumpy old man. Sir, a crowd has dragged an old man from his home. They're going to force him to submit to the public penance. Repent, you wretch, someone shouts. Maybe this'll teach you to keep your foul mug shut. The man is known for his sharp tongue, but we have no reason to doubt his piety and loyalty. Disperse the crowd. Discontent will rise slightly. We have zero discontent, so at this point, there's no reason not to let off the hook. Advanced coal mine researched. We're not having any issues currently with wood, so I'm thinking healthcare insulation. Because every time it gets cold, we lose our healthcare and have a bunch of sick people dying in the streets, and that cannot be good for morale.
Time to rest. Remember those who work overtime in your prayers. A new workday starts in the name of God.
Seem to be doing okay. Righteous denunciation. It is the duty of the faithful to denounce wickedness. It is a sign of true compassion to bring the wicked to light. After introduced, groups of people will occasionally abandon the Londoners. Small amounts of resources may be uncovered as well.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city.
The temple. Change of heart. Sir, a man was found crying silently in the temple. We approached him to ask if he needed help. He told us he wanted to see you. I thought my faith died long ago, sir, with my wife and daughters in London. I couldn't see any purpose in our new life, in the fight for survival. But today, when I entered the temple, I saw a future for us. Now I'm ready to face it. Goodness, we might not have any Londoners left by the end of this. Ice corridor. A triumph of engineering. We marvel at the thick slabs of ice that have been crushed and swept aside by the American dreadnought, Hephaestus. Soon we might be able to learn how it managed to accomplish such feats. We can see a huge silhouette in the distance, which might be its sister ship, Prometheus.
The day's labor is done. Thank the Lord.
Frozen Pond, new landmark. Our search hasn't uncovered anything of value, but we may be able to reach some more promising locations from here. Icebound Dreadnought. Calculating genius. The Dreadnought is stripped of useful machinery, but its hull contains enough steel to justify establishing an outpost here. On the bridge, we found a log with Tesla's last orders. Transfer all supplies and able-bodied survivors aboard Hephaestus. Take the amputees only if you have prostheses to make them useful. Tesla was a jerk. At least this Tesla. Huh. Apparently, I ended the Londoners. The Londoners. We won't be divided. The Londoners have been brought back into the fold. Nobody wants to leave the city anymore. We've won a hard-fought victory over those who tried to tear us apart. The tragedy of Winterhome crushed our hope. Fear led some people to pursue mad schemes. We couldn't let them die in the frozen wasteland. We did what was necessary to keep all of us together. Nice. I have not ever had quite that complete of a victory over the Londoners. Wrecked vehicle. Hidden supplies. Whilst disassembling the wreck to salvage what we could from it, we found a hidden cache of supplies. Nice.
Go to work. Lord be with us as we labor.
Righteous denunciation. A tip from a believer. Captain, a woman has told us that she overheard her neighbors talking about hoarding food and other supplies. We'll follow the lead. Nice. Okay. Righteous denunciation. A lying child. Sir, a girl is asking to speak to you. She's crying and repeating that her mother is innocent. I lied. I lied to the priest. I'm so sorry. I told him that my mom said you're a damn fool and will burn in hell. But I was just mad at her. I made it all up. Please don't punish her. Go and don't do this again. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say hope will rise. Now, this may seem unnecessary, but it is entirely necessary. Once we start getting to the cold snaps, we're going to need to rescue people fast. Abandoned sawmill. Not much left. There was probably an outpost here years ago. Now there's nothing left of it but this frozen sawmill.
Work is over for today. There's time for harvest and time for sleep.
Hmm. One, two, three. Oh. That may be handy. do believe that everything on this side is taken care of. So, adaptation. Hmm. Extra rations for the ill it is.
New law! A new law has passed.
So seeing as how I don't have any, snow-covered supplies, precious supplies. Under the snow, we uncovered many crates full of supplies. There's no telling who might have left them here. Refugees from Frostland. Unexpected guests. Captain, a group of exhausted survivors has reached our city. From their frantic explanations, we know they've come a great distance, and that many of them died on the way. The phrase, "doom is coming," keeps being repeated. They say many more refugees are following them. They're begging you to help them, sir. We will help them.
On the left. It's getting colder. A new workday starts in the name of God.
Stone ship. New landmark. Our search hasn't covered anything of value, but we may be able to reach some more promising locations from here. Ruined warehouse. Frozen supplies. With moderate effort, we were able to remove the crates containing supplies from under the snow. We'll put them to good use in our city. Okay. Well, I guess that's that then. How can anyone be starving in our city?
Today's labor is done. Thank the Lord. A new workday starts in the name of...
Refugees from Frostland, running from the storm. A huge crowd of people has reached the city. Many of them are sick. They say that some kind of enormous weather anomaly is coming our way, that they'll die without our help. We'd never have survived it. Thank our lucky stars that the polar explorer Nansen warned us about the disaster and told us to evacuate. Please, let us in. Everyone's welcome. Oof. Okay.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Righteous denunciation. Accused priest. Sir, a woman is here to see you. She claims she has evidence against one of our priests. Our man, in turn, accuses her of heresy. You are my only hope, sir, cries the woman. When I went to denounce this wretch, his colleagues kicked me out. He's forging denunciations to get back at those who cross him. She's lying, the priest shouts. She's a heretic, and all heretics lie. In this case, I guess we side with the woman. A steam-heated infirmary with 10 beds. The sick are treated faster than in medical posts, and the gravely ill can be treated safely and reliably. I guess it's worth it at this point.
Time to rest. Remember those who work overtime in your prayers.
How did we get 15 unhealthy people?
The new workday starts.
Refugees from Frostland, the second wave. Another huge group of refugees has arrived. They're in even worse condition than the previous one. Many of them victims of frostbite. They all talk about a huge storm coming from the south. Nansen led us north because his years exploring the Arctic taught him to survive here using natural resources. Nobody could have guessed what was coming, though. Should we let them in? Of course. Whoops. Righteous denunciation, a tip from a believer. Well done. Okay. We are running low on housing. Hmm. Scout Unit number 3 have returned safely to the city. Infirmary researched. The dangers of the cold, losing a limb.
Work is over for today. There's time for harvest and time to sleep.
Okay. Refugees from Frostland, the third wave. The third group of refugees is here. They're on the verge of collapse, exhausted by their journey and by attending to the gravely ill and injured with them. Their leader, Nansen, isn't among them. We're evacuating everyone we can, but many stayed behind with those who were too ill to travel, Nansen among them. God have mercy on us all. The great frost is coming. Shall we let them in? Everyone is welcome. What looms ahead? Sir, now we can clearly see what the refugees were running from. The Great Frost is coming. We have to prepare. Our scientists say they can calculate the severity of the storm from observations. They just need a day or two to prepare their instruments and install them on the beacon. This is what I was referring to earlier. We definitely need to get some more houses up.
A new workday starts in the name of Thor.
Okay. Well, ugh, the game crashed earlier, but we got it back up and running, and I believe we're approximately at the location where we were before it stopped. Oh, if there's only 19, these guys should be fine.
Wrap up well. Frost is here. work may start in the name of God. Work is over for today. There's time for harvest and time.
Survivors rescued. We saved everyone we could from the places we knew were still sheltering survivors. God help the rest.
Go to work, nor be with us as we labor to the
Steam hub range increased. That'll be handy. The people living in this camp are packed and ready to go. Camp Compass, new priorities. Small group of scientists is finishing the loading of their supplies. They work efficiently, but in silence, looking somewhat dejected. We're mostly helping with the evacuation now, one of them tells us. He used to study the Earth's magnetic field, but there are more important things to worry about now, like survival. Camp Meteor, fallen star. We searched the remains of the camp. This must have been some scientific operation dedicated to the research of whatever punched this hole in the ice. Now the place is deserted. There's nothing of value to be found here.
The day's labor is done. Thank the Lord.
Camp Vulcan, ever the skeptic. You're going the wrong way. The scientists mistook us for refugees. And after we tell them about our city, they're nonplussed. It's probably too close to the storm to withstand it. Well, you might consult Nansen on that if you reach him in the south. Their work here is done. We should convince them to join us so we can show them our city. Fear of the storm, hungry mother. Sir, a woman has come to plead with you. She wants more food rations, but the cooks say that she's already received her allowance. I beg you, Captain, the woman says in a trembling voice. Your men mean well, but they must have made a mistake. I need 2 rations, one for me, and one for my sick child. Please. Give her 2 food rations. It's not like I'm not handing out food rations like it's nobody's business. Scattered convoy, hungry polar bears. Inside damaged crawlers, we found several dead bodies. Few of them are torn apart like they were partially eaten by some beasts. Polar bears, we think. We'll never know for sure what happened here. There's nothing useful for us to salvage from this gruesome place. Fear of the storm. Food theft causes riots. Sir, we investigated the discrepancies between the raw food use and output of the cookhouses. Turns out that cooks are stealing food. People are furious. We caught 2 thieves. They say they wanted to secure their families before the storm shuts down the food supply. Ask the Faith Keepers to supervise the cooks.
The new workday starts in the name of God. Work is over for today. There's time for harvest and time for sleep.
Fear of the storm. Doom-mongering drunks. Sir, a dozen or so people got drunk and took to the streets. They were chasing after women, yelling that we should have some fun before the storm kills us all. What should we do with them? They'll be sent home to sober up, but their doom-mongering will affect hope and discontent. All teams back in the city. Everyone with a mission away from the city is back and safe. If it's possible to be safe from the cold coming our way, that is.
Work shift begins. May the Lord save all workers who harm. The day's labor is done. Thank the Lord. with us to labor today.
Okay. Fear of the storm. Prayers at work. Sir, the people employed at this gathering post refused to work today. They intended to spend the entire shift praying. We've been working like madmen, sir, but there's only so much we can do to prepare. Let's face it, this is the end of the world. Through prayer, we can find the hope of deliverance, whatever happens. Force them to work.
Work is over for today. There's time for harvest and time for sleep.
Fear of the storm. Fight over supplies. Sir, an argument erupted between some workers last night. Some of them wanted a portion of the resources their facility produces so they can prepare for the storm. Came to blows, and though nobody was seriously injured. Tensions are running high.
Wrap up well. The frost is here.
Fear of the storm. A mob storms the stockpiles. Sir, a crowd of terrified people has stormed the stockpiles, started plundering our supplies. We managed to fight them off, but they demanded wood for heating and to reinforce their homes. We need 1,420 wood to supply everybody.
A new workday starts in the day of dawn. time to rest. Remember those who work overtime in your prayers.
Might as well.
Wrap up well. The frost is here. Work shift begins. May the Lord save all workers from harm. The day's labor is done. Thank you, Lord. Wrap up well. The frost is here.
The storm hits the city. A howling gale bursts upon the city, and the generator creaks and groans under the weight of the wind. Pale faces turn towards rattling windows. Trembling lips utter words of prayer. The cold will be brutal. Hunting is impossible. Soil in the hot houses will freeze. We'll have to make do with the food we've stockpiled. The city must survive. We've prepared well for the coming storm. Now all that's left is to survive until it passes.
Go to work. Lord be with us as we labor here.
Coal mine crisis. Danger of collapse. Sir, one of our engineers wants to talk to you. He's concerned about the danger that the cold poses to our mines. We're doing everything we can to heat the mines, but the air we're pumping into the shafts is so cold now that the hydraulic roof supports are starting to freeze. When they do, the tunnels will start collapsing. Well, that's not good.
On the luck. It's getting colder.
Coal mine crisis. The mines are freezing. Sir, it's so cold that the hydraulic roof supports in our coal mines are failing. The tunnels collapse, the lower levels will be cut off. We should either abandon them or send volunteers to replace the supports. But the task is extremely dangerous. Coal mine crisis. More hands needed. Sir, the volunteers we sent to keep the mines running weren't enough. There's been a cave-in. Either we send more people to open the tunnels and replace the rest of the supports, or the sacrifice of the first group will be in vain.
Wrap up well. Lost its gear.
Coal mine crisis. Mines operational. Sir, the volunteers managed to replace the critical supports in the lower levels of our coal mines. Our coal supply is safe for now, but the cost was great. 45 of our people paid with their lives to give us a chance of survival.
Bundle up. It's getting colder.
The storm. Darkness before dawn. Sir, one of our engineers has come crashing through the door, white-faced, demanding to see you. I've run the calculations with the new data. The storm will pass in a couple of days, but the temperature just before the end will drop drastically. Nothing can protect us from such cold. Panic is starting to spread. People are losing all hope. Fear of the storm. People refuse to work. Sir, a group of people employed at this field kitchen refuse to go to work today. They say that they want to spend their final hours with their families. What shall we do? Force them to work. Because... no reason, really. Fear of the storm. Panic spreads. Sir, even more people have abandoned their workplaces. They're completely petrified. Many of them don't believe we'll make it. This time, the entire staff of this field kitchen have refused to go to work. Desperate father, miracles happen. Sir, it's a miracle. The man who went looking for his daughter is back. He brought her with him. Says that he found her soon after leaving the city. Then they got lost and had to wait for a lull in the blizzard to find their way back. They are both exhausted and frostbitten, but very happy.
Brace yourselves. Gold is coming.
Let's see if I timed it right. Not quite, it looks like. Storm ends. The wind dies down and the temperature finally starts to rise. Well, that was fun. We completed the first of a series of these videos. We started out as a band of heathens cast out of haven. 80 souls lacking guidance. First, we decided to tighten our belts. Then soup became our main meal. And every day was a struggle. So we adapted. Denouncing infidels, vigilant faith keepers. Yet I fear we have gone too far. Faith was abused. The city survived. But was it worth it? 1887, New London, 642 souls, negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. So, that's done. I hope you all enjoyed this game of Frostpunk New Hope. From my family to yours, happy gaming.